Alright. Oh, there. Fuck you, YouTube Studio. Fuck you. There we go. Welcome back, everyone. It's been a minute. Excuse me while I'm drinking a gallon of milk. Or half a gallon of milk. Just because I am out of cups. At least out of clean cups. But don't mind me just going to go and do a bit of that action. Alright. Tonight we are going to be continuing on the Euro Tour. Get this up now. So tonight we are going to continue working on the Euro Tour. And the reason that we're going to continue working on the Euro Tour tonight is because I have nothing else to do. I have nothing else better that I could do with my life. No, I'm joking. The real reason is... There's no real reason, actually. We just are. So, anyway. Let's take a look here. Over here, let's see here. NewSky. We'll be working on some livery stuff, boss rec crews during these flights. If we can. The European detour. Starting out at Colsus. I'll aim for a... We in the 321 today, by the way. The non-Neo. Departure time. Give me departure time 30. Not that I think we're gonna need that, but it'd be a safe thing, sorry. It's got 39 minutes of cargo. I guess we got some cargo going over there. Otherwise, I'd say it would be at risk of a loss. So anyway, anyhow, get some roof up. New flight. Go as myself today. Chesapeake 3-5 Papa departing. Let's see here. Departing Lima Kilo Tango Bravo. Going to Lima Zulu Kilo Zulu. Taking a 320. No, we're taking a 321 CFM. Why are we taking the CFM? Because I would prefer to take the CFM, to be honest. Journey flight. Pre-file on VATSIM. Three other details. Remarks. Call sign Chesapeake. There you go. Spam that a bunch of times. Let's go and open up Baltimore. the Air Baltimore group, which actually I need to purchase the Air Baltimore domain name. And then I'll just point it directly towards Baltimore Air Group. I can ignore that because I was testing. Last time I flew was the other day. Had a nice night last night of doing absolutely fucking nothing. Anyway, we are in the 321 CFM. Oh, fuck it, we'll fly as AirNott. But we'll fly as a David. Anyway, we are going to be taking. Where is it? Where is it? Lima Zulu Kilo Zulu. That's where we're going, I think. Almost. It's here. Lima Zulu. Yeah, Lima Zulu Kilo Zulu. What's the airport name? Where is it again? Colossus. Colossus. Boo. It's somewhere in here. Oh, fuck it. Departure. Lima Zulu Kilo Zulu. It's all the way up here. No wonder I couldn't find it. It's like in the wrong bloody area entirely. Take that there. Open up VPilot. I think we're all a bit tired tonight. I think it's just a quiet night in general. It's been a quiet few days. Connecting up. Let's just be 35 Papa. We'll be flying A321. Connect. Alright, let's go ahead and quickly get my flight plan into Air Baltimore. Or into the Baltimore Air Group. Copy. Where is it? Get our tracker up. I gotta talk to Seb actually. There we go. There we go. Now we're in a good spot. Now we are in a decent spot. Alright, so what we need to do is I need graph up. Okay, good. Yeah, we're gonna work on liveries whilst we're at cruise for these sites. Unload that, import from SimBrief. Alright. I beg your pardon? Did I? Wait, I mucked that up entirely. Name Delta. I mucked that up entirely. Hang on. I mucked that up. Edit flight. Lima Zulu, Kilo Zulu. To Lima Delta, Zulu Delta. I mucked that up entirely. Whoopsies. Alright, there we go. One second. I'm happy I gave myself this extra time. Copy that. There we go. Apologies about all that. Apologies about those muck-ups there. Alright, this first one should be a decent size. Like to at least get something on the livery board for this guy. Alright, anyway, let's go ahead and get this thing set up. Let me open up the cockpit software real quickly. I need to do updates, but not today. There we go. There we go. Anyway. External power on. Free supply on. And this is Colsys. Going to Moby Flight up now. It'll be nice if we add some proper CRTs. That'd be a nice touch, Phoenix. That'd be a nice touch. Why has Moby Flight failed me today? Oh, it hasn't. Alright, anyway. Go 1, 2, 3. Batteries on, emergency lights to on. Tap to import terms and brief. Load aircraft, go fast. So I adjusted some monitor settings, and it's making this monitor look a whole lot better. A whole lot better. It's impressive now. So I adjusted one of the settings, and the colors in this monitor are so much nicer. Welcome aboard, Indian Aviation Official 9. Oh, welcome aboard. TCAS. I mean, I know that TCAS is going to be standby for a bit, but that's fine. All right. Let's see here. ATSU. See menu, flight and net. Request data and net. Your first flight is from Colchis to where? We're on tour, so. Colchis to Zadar in Serbia, I think. Alright, and net. Quest. Maybe about time for some tea. Alright, our flight number for today is Charlie Hotel Sierra 35 Papa. What is our cost index according to Simbri? Actually, doesn't say in here. No, it does not. Our cost index according to SimBrief is a cost index of 6. It's pretty awful. Level 360 cruising altitude. Flight plan. Departure for today. Out of this cursed airport. Well, okay, it's not cursed at all. Don't know why I said that. It's 8 runway 01 departure. And that is on a low TAF 1 Charlie departure. Low TAF 1 Charlie. Insert that. Perf. Or no. See the winds. Sure, I'm just a bit on the tired side. I know I'm tired. Left work feeling fine. RS line in 6 minutes. Let's just do a miniature flight controls check real quickly. Rudder checked. Good. Tiller checked. Not bad. Alright, in terms of this departure, okay, pop quiz saying to anyone in chat, when I say, or when we cruise in aviation, what altitude do you think of? Okay, in terms of cruising altitude, where do you think most aircraft cruise at? It is a variable number. Okay. There's a block in it. Okay. Don't look it up. I want to know who can answer it correctly first time. Okay. And it's the majority of them. I'm not saying every single one. I'm saying the majority. Okay. Let's see. Let's look at this departure. This is useless departure. On the vote. I beg your pardon. Alright, that's what I need. low top 1 Charlie. At above 4,000, so initial climb. Initial climb 6,000. Initial climb 6,000 for today. And this thing is a bit smoother than it was. What is our QNH? QNH 1012. In terms of our performance. No. Oh. Dude. Say one improve climbing. Climb is stupid. 746 feet of margin. Can I try flaps 2 or maybe flaps 3? Yeah, go flaps 3 flex for today. V1 134 134 137. Flaps 3, assume temp 4 or 5. Alright, not bad at all. Not bad at all. I'm gonna get my APU up now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's get the APU up now. No shame in doing that. No shame at all on that front. Just waiting on loading to complete, and then, yeah. Just waiting on loading to complete, actually. Then we can get out of here. There we go. There we go. ZFW 67.3. Max ZFW 25.3. Alright, there we go. Goes traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa, A321 on the apron. Gonna start engines up now, no pushback required. Goes traffic. Alright. Kittens on. AP bleed on. Okay, ignition start.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Shut up, GSX. I don't need fucking pushback. Alright. Go number 2 first, though. Yeah, these are automatically got rid of chocks today. Chocks and ground power. Go ahead and get NewSky running. NewSky is running. Let's go. We got let's go number 1 now. Let's get our flaps to full. Yoke. Cam. Flight controls check. Check the rudder. Rudder's fine. Full left. Full right. Full up. Full down. Okay, not looking too shabby at all. Not looking too shabby. Alright. We have a parallel taxiway here. We do. So we're gonna taxi via Alpha, cross runway, cross runway, continue Juliet, continue Echo, hold Echo for the runway. All right. Text light on. Versus traffic. Chesapeake 3, 5 Papa is going to taxi now. Holding point Echo, 4 runway 01 via Alpha cross runway 0119. Juliet Echo, hold Echo. Versus traffic. Strobies on whilst crossing runway. Again, these colors are incredible now. Very much preferred to the to my old setting. Very much preferred. No backtrack necessary here. No backtrack necessary. Flaps to arm. I go flaps 3 now. Let's taxi down this taxiway here. This airport's actually really well designed for a 321. Can't wait to get my livery out. I cannot wait to get to work on my livery today. This thing. You know, it'll cause a few delays, but that's fine. But it caused a few delays. We're gonna get this. I think for Air Baltimore, we're gonna get the CFM variant just because they're a bit more powerful engines. Yeah, I think I'll just go with the CFMs. Bit of a long taxi down a 10,000-foot runway. Apparently there's some stands right here, which is stupid. Actually, apparently there's a stand right there as well, which is also stupid. It literally says stand Foxtrot 1. It's literally right there. It's like, why the fuck are you guys putting a stand right there? Unless this airport's used like once a day. Even then, it's like, why the fuck are you putting the stands right there? I'm sorry, I just don't get it. Alright, let's get out of here. Ghost traffic, Chesapeake 385, Papa, takeoff now runway, or sorry, lining up now runway 01 at Echo, Ghost traffic. Oh, this does look amazing. This really does look amazing. Let's draw on good. Let's go! Let's go in your empty bed. Ghost traffic, Chesapeake 385, Papa, takeoff now, runway 01 on a low top wind Charlie departure. Ghost traffic. You know, this airport's very capable. It's a very capable airport. Alright. Let's go. Anthrax 45, SRS green, auto thrust blue. Push on those. $80 knots. 100 knots. P1, rotate. Pause right here. Up. Nice. 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 Bring in flaps. Flaps. Flaps 1 now. Ghost is traffic, Chesapeake 35, Papa now airborne passing 3,000, initial climb 6,000. Ghost is traffic. Then you punch it. It's a question. No, it should be fine. There you go. There we go. Now we're out. How's the altitude restriction? We up there? Gus's traffic, just big 385 Papa, climbing now for level 360. Gus's traffic. I need speed. I need speed. This might be an A floor situation. Yep, definitely got a bit of A floor going on. Definitely got A floor going on. Right, every time I get A floor, I find that if I were to try that, try switching this on and off. Uh-oh, you got a bit of A floor action going on. Aircraft are fine. Maybe try rebooting these flight directors. Here's up, right? Everything's up, right? And why is this thing going A floor? Why is this thing going A floor then? We're fine, aircraft, we're fine. This thing's just gone A floor on me, and it should say if it's doing A floor. It should say. I think it's a live weather bug. Let's see. Again, I think it's out of it now. I think it's out of it now. Anyway, get those off. I think we're out of the. I think we're out of it now, which is a good thing. Which is the main important thing. I think we're out of it. Yeah, we are. Just a quick little reboot of Live with a Witch. This thing's kind of known for having issues with, and boom. There, nice views on departure. Stunning views on departure. Where is everyone? Speaking of the devil, is that welcome aboard? Flying somewhere to the Euro tour. Seb, we need to have a meeting regarding Air Baltimore because we have work to do. But I've also kind of enjoyed this week of not doing much. So, and I'm certain that you have. I'm certain that you've enjoyed the week off as well. So, Air Baltimore development will continue next week. That's what I'm saying. All right. We are flying as an AirNott or in an AirNott livery just because the default Phoenix livery is, in my opinion, ugly. And I haven't gotten around to making this livery yet. Actually, I haven't gotten around to making any liveries. Last night, the intention last night was to do some livery work. Then I went to bed and slept the entire night until it was time for work this morning, so or this early afternoon. So, bummer. That makes sense. Makes sense though. Figured you were a bit quiet, but makes sense. All right, when are we doing? We'll see how much we can do. Do it in an hour at Zadar. Oh, nice. Have fun, mate. Have fun with that. Enjoy yourself. I'll keep working deliveries and we can pause development for a bit. Let you do it. You need to do it. You have a bit of a break. Let me get caught up on a few things. Let me actually begin to apply for jobs. So, all right. Actually, Thursday should be off. Or not off on Thursday, but I have a later. Yeah, Thursday I'm off at 8. Nice. All right. Spinning Zadar with 6.3 tons of fuel. You got 382 miles to run. So now is definitely a good time to begin working on this livery. I've decided when it comes to our COs, we are going to go with CFM engines. Savannah. Is it Savannah, Georgia? Yeah. It's in southern Georgia, isn't it? It's in Georgia. I wouldn't say it's southern Georgia, but middle of Georgia. Well, you mentioned it. You mentioned it not too long ago, so I'm not that much of an idiot, but I do listen to people. All right. Anyway, let's see here. Regarding the Phoenix, I have decided that we are going to be running the CFM engines, not the IAE. Uh, just for the purpose of CFM engines are a bit more powerful. Um, oh, nice, nice, nice. You're flying on a rusty 737. Let's see here. I had to download it. I downloaded the thing recently. Lives. Ooh, a 319. That one can definitely make it up on the channel. 23 gigabytes, Phoenix. You've got to be shitting me. 23 fucking gigabytes. Actually, no, 27 fucking gigabytes. Holy shit. That is a massive livery file. That's the whole fucking game. Holy shit, Phoenix. Holy. It's not gonna take 50 minutes. 319, that's not bad. One of two Airbuses that I've flown on. This is 319. The special BA retro one, which I flew from Schiphol to Heathrow to avoid the trains. And it was well worth it because the trains in Deutschland were shit, absolutely shit. So, I figure. I figure. Yeah, American. I don't know how long Americans gonna be around for. I mean, they are the flag carrier of the U.S. So there's, on the one hand, there's that. So is anyone really gonna let them go under? On the other hand, they are certainly struggling, and have certainly not made any profits recently, and certainly have a significantly reduced fleet. So, is it though? I thought it was United. I thought American. I thought it was United. Depends on how you measure it. Yeah, it's the largest. Delta generates the highest revenue in the industry. United is the largest by fleet. American might be the largest. Yeah. So if you do it by revenue, it's Delta, then United, then American, then Lufthansa. You do it via capacity, it's United. You do it via passengers, though, it's American. True. True. You're not wrong about that. In terms of freight, it's FedEx. In terms of fleet, yeah, it's United. In terms of aircraft owned, it's American. In terms of destinations served, it's United. In terms of country served, it's Turkish. Actually, the only one that's on there in terms of country served, that's well, American has number 10. BA is ahead of them on that front. Yeah. Does it though? What's status on this? I thought the Delta had the most modern fleet. I thought the Delta was one of those with a more modern fleet. Certainly didn't think it was American. Airlines with the newest planes. Breeze has the youngest fleet, but they only operate like 3 aircraft. Frontier 4.7, and Spirit was alive 6 years. But Breeze is nothing yet so far. Frontier 4.7 years. And that's not bad. Nicely done, Frontier, for upkeep. Probably. Come on, don't fail me now. This will tell me. Close. Okay, Delta's average fleet age is 15 years. It's 15 for Delta. Okay, 15.2 for United. 14.5, and Delta's was what? Yeah, technically. It's not by much, though, but it is technically. Not wrong about that. What was United's again? United's was 15.2. BA's got to be one up there. Yeah. What? Okay, I'm just out of curiosity. Yeah, they probably have a lot of 737s. Okay. Damn, British Airways ties with American. British Airways ties with American. That's it. BA has a lot of triples that hold it down. They have a lot of 772s. Oh, yeah, American needs more Airbuses, because Airbus is the only one who can actually produce jets right now. Sorry, Boeing. Yeah, okay. Look here. So, BA, 26.3 years. 26.3 years in terms of yeah, on average 22.3 years for the 777 for BA. Yeah. Are they still manufacturing those? I don't have the best experience the 787, but that's just me. But I don't think they're manufacturing the 737-8s anymore. Just figured they would immediately switch everything over to the Max because no one wants. Because why buy a 800 then yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, the 319's 22.2, the 320's 25. Damn, that's old. 25.2 for the 320. 321, 11. It's not bad at all. 777, obviously up there. 21.6. Oh, sorry. I'm in deal. Sorry. They claim to have 20 future Airbuses on order. 321 Neos. Nice. They're all on order. Ooh, they're the XLRs. Nice. Nicely done, American. Nicely done. 321 XLR. You know what Boeing should do? Boeing should update the 757. That after they get the 777X out, that's what they should do. Update the 757. Bring a nice. That makes sense. I'm surprised that more U.S. airlines haven't gotten the 350 from Airbus. I'm kind of surprised about that front. But from actually, I say that. But then from a logistical standpoint, if American already has like 50 777Xs on orders, then doesn't. Well, I'm thinking more logistically wise. It doesn't really make sense for the A350. I'm so surprised that Delta's the only one the only one of the three that have the A350 on order and operate the A350. What? This says it. Don't. Okay. Before I forget, top percent. Let me just put in this destination data real quickly. Which one is it? Oh, 1 AS. I don't know who AS is. Oh, Alaska. I don't know about Alaska. I did hear that though. I did hear that. I did hear that. They're flying them to Heathrow, right? Is that what I heard? So, yeah, the Dreamliner seems solid. Curious to see what the interim report comes out regarding the 787. With that Air India incident, which I said some stupid shit about, but anyway. Yeah, probably. Oh shit. I'll take the RNAV. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with an RNAV approach. Nothing wrong with that. Nice RNAV. I don't actually know how to do the OR approaches. But on the other hand, Airbus does a really good job with RNAV. With like the boxes and everything. Boeing does RNAV in a very shit way. They kind of treat it more strict than ILS. But on the other hand, Airbus does RNAV in a really good way that constantly reminds the pilots, look, this is an RNAV approach. This is a non-standard. This is a non-precision approach. It's a standard non-precision approach. So keep that in mind. And the way that I say that they can do that is because of the boxes. Rather, Boeing has like points. If the sim doesn't crash. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, what's going on with the sim today? Uh-oh. Sim is lagging. That's a massive stutter. But yeah, and anyway, but Boeing has it. So with an ILS, you have the stars, right? With an RNAV in the bus, it's little boxes that you want to try to keep yourself in. Okay. And then, but with Boeing, the way that RNAV is done is done through like arrows. And I don't know if I like that. 23-1. RNAV, runway 31 on the lost 2 X-ray departure, or lost 2 X-ray arrival. All right, when's our new top descent? 22. Anyway. Anywhere. You guys don't. Yeah. O'Hare really is a mess. I've done the O'Hare Sid before. Absolute mess. You're not wrong. You know, see a nice clean Sid. Wait. Yeah. Wait. I might be losing my marbles here. Yeah. Oh, I am losing my marbles. Yeah, O'Hare doesn't do SIDS. If I remember correctly. They do radar vectors out, don't they? Which makes sense. They do radar vectors to a point, and that's it. Let's see here. It's the O'Hare 9, by the way. It's the O'Hare 9 now. What I thought, nothing. Absolute fucking bullshit. Absolute fucking bullshit. Yeah, it's the O'Hare 9 now. Absolute fucking bullshit. Useless. Useless. You're gonna see a nice, proper SID. Compton 3 Foxtrot Pasha. That is a proper SID. That is, now this is a proper SID. Compton 3 Foxtrot. Top descent is in 15 minutes. I don't know if I've ever been to Maui. New York is pretty awful in terms of SIDs as well, from my understanding. They get you out on a vector immediately, don't they? Baltimore's not bad either. Maui? What's the Maui? No. My brain's not working right now. Don't know if I've ever flown out of you know, maybe once I have flown IFR out of Honolulu once. Okay, yeah, I've flown once IFR out of Honolulu. All the other times I've either flown in or it's been VFR. It's been some good old British American VFR fun by flying in a nice jet that uses QNH as opposed to inches of fucking mercury, and in a nice jet or in a nice single propeller aircraft that has a G on the side of it instead of a N. Oh, I just thought of a funny joke. I'm not gonna make it because I don't get censored. Well, I can't. It's useless to you guys. It's absolutely useless to you guys. But what I do have to do, because my paper doesn't have the little switcheroo thing very easily, what I have to do is I have to do the conversion on my phone. Okay, Speedbird 2 Limit Juliet with you flight level 340. Request full stop. No, I'm joking. No, I'm joking. So we need a tours page. We need a tours page, and I need to put it in the thing. But I feel like we also need to work on a few other things first. So maybe I'll wait. But I think I would rather get the ACARS stuff figured out first. Get it usable, then we can add our tours page after. Did you see that that an American, I think it was an A319. It could have been a 321. Declared minimum fuel after going around 3 times at Kennedy. I'm not joking about that either. They declared minimum fuel after having to go around 3 times at Kennedy. Once due to unstable approach. Then after that, it was more of a missed approach, not necessarily go around. the second time after that, for some reason, I guess their approach mid wouldn't activate. They had some MCDU issues, and then that happened a third time, and then on the fourth time, they finally got down and declared minimum fuel on that fourth approach. I have to wonder if maybe they just decided to say, fuck it, we're minimum fuel, let's get the thing down and let's ignore the McDo. Would make sense. $216 mushroom. Alright, is this thing done now? It is. Okay. This one, now this seems like a very, very nice paint kit for me to work with. They give you your livery templates, Photoshop files. Ooh, now that's interesting, how they give you the FBX. I'm just going to open this up because this is the thing that I think this will use. File, open. Lives. 321. Open. Let's see here. Is there a how do I do this? Never used Substance Painter. Never used Substance Painter. But it might be better than Blender. Here, is there like a mode? Ooh, now this looks as if it's going to be good. Phoenix You absolute fucking geniuses. Phoenix, you absolute bastards. Because you know what the Phoenix is going to do? The Phoenix is going to make it. So that way I will never, ever, ever, ever want to use Blender or whatchamacallit again. Phoenix, you absolutely amazing fucking bastards. Anyway, we have top descent in a moment. And one thing is that I don't know how to rotate this. I don't know how to rotate this. It's the one thing I will say. Ah, that's annoying. Churn. Okay. Rotate object. Substance painter. Alt and left click. There we go. There we go. See if anything's missing. Nothing is missing. Phoenix, you absolute fucking bastards. Because you're gonna make me want to do this through this. You're gonna want to make me do all stuff through this. Because Substance Painter is so much better than everything else. Than Blender and whatchamacallit. Yeah, because you have 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'm going to go. And then you have the CFM options, or you have the IAE, and I've opted for the IAE, not the CFM. Or sorry, I've opted for the CFM engines, not the IAEs. All right. Anyway, send now. We are going to go to send now altitude. Call it altitude 6,000 feet. ZR traffic, just speak 35 Papa is going to begin descent now. Flight level, sorry, altitude 6,000 feet, level min 2. Traffic. I also learned a bit of Substance Painter. That's funny. this is funny. All right. Anyway, Descending now. Let's see here. Let's pick the pace a little bit. This will be an RNAV. I do need to put in this destination data. Oops. Forgot. Damn it, runway 31. Strong arse tailwind. 4 fucking knot tailwind. 6. 0 degrees, 4 knots. Fuck. Fuck me. Fuck me. I could switch over to runway. I'm gonna switch over to runway 13, which will mean some vectors, I think. That's the one elf. I gotta do a quick runway spot. Get my last runway 13. I might have to take a hold here. This is a lost 6 alpha. Any holds? I do have a hold at Le Cave. Hold computed 109. No, it's gonna be 132 actually. Yeah, it'll be 132. Yeah. Then legs. 1 minute legs. Just we gotta be a bit lower. Traffic just pick 385 Papa is going to be doing a runway swap for the Alice Birch runway 13 as opposed to the RNAV runway 31. We are going to proceed direct waypoint Le Cave, where we will take up a hold as we have or as we descend some altitude traffic. Direct now Le Cave, where we will take up hold. We need to be then at Le Cave. Which is literally on the approach. So we need to be level 6,000 there. Arrival is via Le Cave. Hold. When the vector is 132, and it'll be right hand turns. There we go. Hold. It's gotta take up hold on this one. Unfortunately, because we're a bit high. We are a bit high because runway swap last minute like this, never an ideal option. I don't know why my computer's been stuttering this like this. Anyway, let's see here. QNH is 1015. Temperature 15. In terms of this borrow for this new approach, It is going to be 457. Okay, 457 on this borrow. There's a cave visibility. That's fun. I'm not seeing that many clouds around, so. What's the speed on this hold? What's the speed on the hold? Max 250. And then the legs are. They're actually 5-mile legs. Well, sure, it'll be fine. Ever seen me take up a hold? Because this is what we're about to do. Because the airfield's right there. No possible way that I can nosedive the aircraft by that point. Essentially, 15,000 feet, whilst also maintaining a really good speed. It's 20 knots, not hold speed if we can make it. ZR traffic, Chesapeake 35 Pop is going to enter the hold now at Lucav, which is approximately 20 miles out on the ILS approach. We're going to take up a hold just to descend altitude, estimated holding approximately 5-minute traffic. Watch us take this hold. And we're in the hold. Again, I can guarantee that it's got the low clouds right there, but we're not going to not use that yet. Holding is really only necessary if you're in a situation like this. QNH 1015. Yo, holding is really only necessary if you have to descend a significant amount of altitude in a very short distance like this. Which point in time you just don't have the altitude. And we're going to hold approximately 1 orbit. Reduce our speed after this. No, can we actually reduce our speed now, please? So we have the time. We have the time to reduce our speed. And ZR traffic, Chesapeake 35 Pop is going to be exiting the hold, and then turning final on this next round. Trying to reduce now speed to 20 knots, still descending altitude 6,000 feet. Upon exiting the hold, we will go speed 180 knots until fully established. Is it our traffic? We'll go on right. Medium for this one. Now this is looking incredible, if I say so myself. $6,000. Coming at 6,000 now. Exiting the hold. Boom, there we go. There we go. By the way, you can get the landing lights on now. Doing it good. Close. Substance painters, because I could use the extra resources. All right. There we go. Yeah, we're looking better now. You know, you're cleared the approach. You're cleared the approach. Let me reestablish. And I am getting peckish. Where's Fry at? Where's Sleepy Fry at? Captain Johnny noted. There are some truly beautiful places to fly in Europe. This arguably could be one of them. Let's see. Nope. Oh, there we go. ZR traffic Chesapeake 35 Papa is going to descend altitude 3,000 feet now. We are localizer established ILS approach runway 13. ZR traffic. ZR traffic Chesapeake 35 Papa is reducing now to a speed of 180 knots, maintain till 10 DMA. Traffic. Go flaps 1 now, just because I could use the slightly lower speed potential. As we are now localizer established, and actually we're almost glide slope established as well. We're almost fully established. I can maybe use a tad bit more drag, but that's fine. And I think I got a field in sight as well. Alright, I have no clue what this place looks like. Are we back taxing? Ooh, actually, no, we are not. Nice. Straight off, it's a roll up to the improved. And then on taxiway Golf. Exit via Golf, taxi to the ramp, put you right there. Nicely done. Nicely done, Giovanna. Go flaps 2 now. ZR traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa, 13 mile final an hour, May 13, reducing now speed 160 knots, maintained till 40. Traffic. Bit of a nice little approach here with some nice mountains. Get the gear down in a moment. Just the gear produces drag, and I'm trying to. I mean, we're past 160. I mean, we're making progress. We are just a tad bit below the glide slope, but that's fine. Yeah. Wonder if I were to go to flaps 3 now, will that help me out? Drag. And it will. Slightly. Help us out on that front. Perfect. That's what I like to see. That is what I like to see. Cleared ILS approach. Set our traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa 7.5 mile final an hour, May 13. Fully established now. Once again, speed 160 knots, maintained till 4 DME. Traffic. The gear down now. Gear flaps full. Should be a fun one. Should be a fun one. Lights are on. Good. $2,500. Noted. Five mile final. Set our traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa, 5 mile final now, ILS spread, May 13. Set our traffic. Alright. Gear down 3 green. Flaps full. Ground spoilers armed. Lights on. Cabin ready, good. Visit our traffic, Chesapeake 35, high priority signal, final approach speed 143 knots. Traffic. Let's see. 5, 4. The wind 140 degrees, 3 knots. So in calm. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now. My controls.
1,000.
Noted. Stable approach. Runners in sight. Let's not get into pilot-induced oscillation. Noted. Continue.
Minimum.
Continue. Clear to land.
100.
Land.
30, 40, 30, 20. Retard.
Nice. That's the way to do that. That's the way to do it. Auto brake off. Roll up to the end approved. That is the correct way to do that. This is a nice small little airport. We have made it. Zidar traffic, Chesapeake 35, pop in now, clear the runway, and Texan Park. Zidar traffic. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. APU on. Ground spoilers away. Welcome to Zidar. Wait, no, I'm sorry, this parking just confusing me. This parking just is just a... I'm sorry, this parking is just confusing me entirely. I'm gonna do a bit of a turn here. Wait, no, wait, what? Those are fine. Yeah, this parking's confusing. There should be a stand right here. Parking brake set. Go number 2 shut down. Alright, not bad at all. $9.92. What was the damage done? Okay, bit of an underflare. Bit of an underflare. Perfectly in the touchdown markers, though. Oh, actually, I don't know if we were in the touchdown markers. In a good zone, though. No, that was it. That was perfect. That touchdown. Yeah, that was perfect. In the touchdown markers. Absolutely perfect in the touchdown markers. All out to the end. There we go. That was perfect. Alright, let's go ahead and close out to Air Baltimore. If I had ever opened the flight. That was a good landing. Okay, NewSky thought it was a bit on the firm side, which maybe it was a bit on the firm side. But that was still a good touchdown. That's still a nice, stable approach. Alright. Let's do the next one. We have some nice long legs coming up. We do. Eventually. Alright. Zadar to... Ooh, now this one looks interesting. 321. Or, we'll go off blocks. 10. Book flight. New flight. Chesapeake 3-5 Papa depart. What was it again? Lima Delta Zulu Delta. Go to Lima Hotel Delta Charlie. I cannot type. The 321 CFM. Not bad. Okay, not bad at all. Generate flight. Did have to take up a slight hole. That is fine. I'm gonna pre-file this on VATSIM. And then whilst we get loaded, I'll run to the restroom. Does I need to? And then pull and get this into Air Baltimore. Yep. need to run to the restroom real quickly. So I'm going off to get littered up. Go and get, let's go ahead and get littered up. I'll run to the restroom now. So, be back in a few moments. Alright, I have returned. I have returned now. Alright, let's see here. Let's see, what's the update in here? Are we fully loaded? Almost. Almost, that's fine. We have plenty of stuff that we can do in that make do for the next 2 minutes or so. Quest. We are going as Chesapeake, so Charlie Hotel Sierra. Three, 5, Papa. Our cost index for this one, it's gonna be 2.7, looking much better. Our cruising altitude for this one is 350. Flight plan. Departure. Alright. Doing a go to only 1-3 departure on a Palace 1 extra departure. 3-1 Palace Pal 1 extra departure. What? This wind's just changed again. Sorry, we're taking runway 1-3. One exit departure. Insert that. Alright. In terms of our takeoff data, no. And that's something. Go flaps 3. So not a lot. That's not a lot of margin, to be honest. Okay, I'm just curious. Am I wrong about something? I'm right. I'm right. CFMs are significantly more powerful. Okay. Flap is 3. Still feel as if we should be getting off with more than 7,000 feet remaining. Or sorry, with more than 600 feet remaining. I mean, granted, it's only it is only an 8,000 footer. Still a bit too close for comfort, though. What if I were to go flaps? Or what if I were to go on a flaps 1 toga? That's better. Those numbers still not be a bit better, but go 137 144 150. Flaps 1 toga takeoff. Yeah, that could be. Could have been better still. Whatever. What am I gonna do? Okay, now I need to quickly fix an issue I've had with the GSX. What? It's in there. They actually have a new GSX settings now. Simulation. Okay. Pushback. Okay. If enabled, it will always ask if a pushback is needed. If disabled, it will only ask on parking spots for the pushback because preference has been set to none. Okay, but what about auto pushback though? Services. Automated staircases. Yes. No. Okay, I mean, I'm a fan of it, but still. Alright. Wait, shit. Jerry op block. 410. Op blocks. We gotta make it go for it. Let's see here. CFW 67.3. No, 67. You know, 67.3. Okay. Max FW 26.3. Alright, there we go. Now watch this. Wait, what? I'm sorry, I'm just confused. Oh yeah, I know what's happened. I know what happened now. Alright, GSX. Wait, do I even need pushback here? I don't. Is it our traffic just big 3-5 Pablo stand wherever we are going to go ahead and begin our and start procedures now. We are not going to require any pushback. Is it our traffic? Yeah, no, yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Alright. Anyway. Ignition start, number 2 first. Park and brake set. Go and start NewSky. Get number, whatchamacallit now? These are on, right? There they are. Let's get the flaps to full in the meantime. Flight controls, full down, full up. I'll check that rudder. Doing simultaneous rudder check. Full left, full right. Not too bad at all. What is the... Let me just verify the QNH real quickly. Yeah, QNH 10. Okay, I just love how they just had her put it in the METAR variable. Anyway, it's still runway 13 departure. Taxi now. Holding point alpha for runway 13 via hotel. ZR traffic, Chesapeake 35, Papa taxiing now, holding point alpha for runway 13 via hotel. ZR traffic. There we go. Get that off. That off. Not an official complete turnaround time, but we'll see. On this departure, our initial climb is 9,000. At above 9,000. This is a nice little airport. And damn, those trees are looking beautiful today. Get flaps 1 going. This is a toga takeoff. Flaps 1 plus F, check. The Phoenix is amazing. The Phoenix is amazing. Let's repeat that 15,000 times. The Phoenix is amazing. I miss my 772 though. Yeah, maybe after this we'll do an A3. Maybe after this we'll do an A340 flight. Thought about that. Or yeah, maybe we'll take a pause on doing some work on this tour. Maybe we'll do an A340 300 flight. The nice big beautiful flare. Maybe we'll do. Wait. Yeah, let's do that actually. Or better yet, let's do some cleanup operations. Let's do some cleanup operations. How about that? Yeah, let's do some cleanup ops first, because that'd be fun. Well, help David out. I'll take a look. A321 Neo at DF. It's been there for 87 days. We have an A380 that could get moved. There is an A319. We have a few options. We have a few options in terms of some positioning flights. 737s. Yeah, what am I doing with this taxi? Mucking it up. Tonight. Tomorrow night we're doing some VFR stuff, by the way. We get to do VFR stuff tomorrow night. Just to say it. By the way, Heathrow, Baltimore, Heathrow, that's going down to a bi-weekly operation. Just because, I don't have the time anymore. Just doing weekly and it's kind of hard to find time. I'm struggling hard. Set our traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa, lining up now. Runway, 23. Sorry, lining up now, runway 13. Set our traffic. 7, 300. There's a few. There's a few that could get moved. 772. To buy. I'll take a further look at it in a moment. See what needs to get moved. See what doesn't. That's on. Everything's looking fine. Set our traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa, take off now. Runway 13 on a Palace 1 exit departure. Initial climb 9,000. Traffic. Toga SRS green, auto thrust blue. On a roll. 1 inch rotate. I was right here. That was a bit of a messy takeoff, not gonna lie. Flaps away entirely. Into traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa's near airborne passing 2,800. Visitor traffic. Alright, let's take a look at our ops because. Oh, first off, coming now level 350. Yeah, we'll do some repos flights. Just make 35 on the climbing now, level 350. Currently out of 5,000. That's at our traffic final call. Just the inner pressure, yeah, that's a bit early. I know it's a bit early, but that's fine.
Found in your in-flight brochure. You can also.
Alright, let's find out. Let's find out, shall we? Nice. Anyway, so let's take a look here at the list. There's an A321 XLR that needs to get from Frankfurt to, or let's see here. No, just cannot live there because I'm basically not the Neo. I don't really see much point in using it. And an ATR needs to get that ATR needs to get the cut. An A380 at Oscar. Is that Q8? Is that Q8? It is. So we'll do after this. We'll do a bit of a flight down to Dubai in the A380. Yeah, we'll do a bit of a flight down to Dubai. That'll get us in the A380. Or, you know, that'll get us in the A380. Which is 770 that's been there for, 44 days. You gotta get Max to return it. Gotta get Max to take it back. Because he just did Heathrow to Dubai and never returned any of them. Speaking of, what's the operations at Heathrow looking like? He is returning them, so at least he is slowly. Is it Baltimore? 34600. See, I will move that A380 to Dubai, and then someone else can fly it after that point. We'll see how it does. The A380 was fine for me not too long ago, so. Yeah. Anyway, we'll get to whatchamacallit, and then we'll go. It'll be an hour-long flight now, because that's not a small distance. It's not a small distance now, is it? Kuwait to Dubai. No. Kuwait. To Dubai. I mean, it's something. It's a distance. It's a distance. It's not nothing. It's 500 miles. So, I mean, it'll be a good hour and a half long flight, maybe. So I do like that fly-by-wire A380. I think it's not bad. I mean, I think there's areas where it could use a bit of improvement, but I also think it's not bad. I'm interested to hear Indy's offering, though. I'm very interested to see what Indy's offering is looking like. But yeah, it's a nice 4-engine aircraft. Yeah, so that's what we'll do after that. No, that'll be a good time for me to do the work that I have to do. I'll do now, actually. I know, this is in the stream. No one done their jobs yet this one. Okay. Same data. Okay, so some people have done. What's my team, or what's Monday looking like? It shouldn't be bad at all. Wait, not our boo. His right, but should be. It's probably his final write-up as well. Good. That was untrue. Good. Let's see here. Don't mind me just doing a bit of work. It's here. But tired, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, but tired now. Yeah, let's see what's the mess Friday. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. The same guy who is probably going to get terminated. That's gonna... For fuck's sake. I might swap that. No. Put it in here temporarily. Wait, what time is it? 20? Okay, I've got to be missing someone in there. Oh, missing Tim. still enough people. Wait. Okay, so. Oh, the top drop.
20 minutes or so. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be annoying. Cause now they don't know how to do shit.
And we got training as well. Shit. Right, just got right. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work.
No. She doesn't need it.
She doesn't need it. She doesn't need the help there. So as long as they were, she doesn't need the help. And stick her next to it later. She doesn't need that help.
Actually, which one's not? Back then. Let's see. Damn, I got all the new people. It's gonna be a shit shift. It's going to be a pretty fucking shit shift. Slap someone on wibbles. Slap Jack, slag. There. How does that work? Oh. They're still close. Seven. And I got what I need covered. When you cover, it'll get covered. Sorry about that. There. Oh, I fucking can't. It's fucking annoying. I guarantee there's gonna be about 15 different shift swaps going. Or be 15 different shift swaps. And I can get back in Jerry. Kayla knows. She knows. She knows how to do it, so. Top descent is in a few minutes, so we can go ahead and begin it. Now, we are going into Hungary. Here, 1 second, I just gotta quickly take that off. Right, into Hungary, we are going to take runway 04 right, I think. Wait, what? That's what this airport looks like. This one's an interesting one. For oh, there is an ILS. Yeah, take runway 04 right. RNAV runway 04 right on a Varig 7 Alpha arrival. Train I have to be aware of. Yes, certainly some. That runway is just a grass runway. So VFR only field, you know. Yeah, this is a VFR only field with hangars. Interesting. Alright, anyway. Arrival via ILS runway 04 right. Or sorry. Now we're going to take RNAV runway 04 right. It is going to be the Varig 7 Alpha arrival. Novia. Which is that is it. Top percent range, really. Okay. Traffic just picked 35 hop. We're going to begin descent now down to flight level 200 initially. Traffic. What do you mean top descent reached? Fuck you. You're being stupid. You're being absolutely fucking stupid, you idiot. You're being absolutely fucking stupid. I don't need to be You're being ridiculous. Okay, QNH is going to be calm, or actually was becoming capital as of an hour ago, so we were fine. Greenwich 1012. Temperature 14. It's just fog. It's just fog. 8,000 meters since what? Yeah, that's so fine. On the bar of this RNAV, it is 2,000. Sorry. 636. Yeah, that'll be fine. This buddy will be fine. I'm not worried about it. 8,000 meters visibility is still. That's still more than enough visibility for an RNAV. Even though you should be hand flying, ideally you should be hand flying all RNAVs. It's still more than enough visibility for RNAV. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. Let's see here. Any update on Metar? No, not yet. Not yet. You know, I'm thinking I might just go to bed after this, to be honest. Do 2 legs. Do 2 legs in the Phoenix. Not bad at all. Not ashamed. Maybe I'll work on some other stuff. Let's see here. Oh, we do have a bit of a layer of fog, I see. Sad. Oh, yeah, updated Metar. KNH 1012. Cabin fader to not temperature 16. Visibility is like, looking fine now. Alright. So yeah, you know, let's do some livery work instead. Do some livery work. see if I can't get the 772 livery done after this. See it then after that. Good. We're gonna go in the order of. Actually, I'm gonna just. I'm going to go in order. So B772. Then we're going to go. Sorry, going B772. Then we're going into the A321 Neo. Or CO. Then after that, going for the A380. Followed by the E319 CO, followed by A343, A346. And that one. If I can get the 772 livery done tonight, that would be pretty ideal. That'd be ideal, I think. It's almost done. It's not far. I need to buy that domain, don't I? Yeah. What else is in the fleet? The A350 1000 will be last. A35K. A313 900. No, not gonna do that. I'm not on the phone. What do you mean? I'm not on the phone making a list. Welcome back, by the way. We're gonna land here, then we're gonna go ahead and work on some liveries. Okay, I was on the phone, but I have a list of the ones of the liveries we're gonna do. Maybe if I can get the base done, if I can get the 772 done today, then maybe we can also get the 321 done. Because we're gonna go in the order of the 772, A321CO, fly-by-wire A380, then the 319, then the 340 300, then followed by the 340 600, then go to the 777 300, followed by the A350 1000. Alright, we're gonna go. You know what? I don't like this rival. Don't like this rival at all. Okay, Phoenix, this thing's broken. Man, this is bad. Man, that's bad now, actually. Any holds that I can take up like for the second time in a row, because I'm a bit too high. There's the hold on the approach. Wait, no. Stop holding. What do you mean stop holding? Holding is a well. The holding is. Now that's funny. That is actually funny. Down 5,000 noted. Yeah, it's actually doing a drop. Go full speed brake now. That is funny. I had to take up a hold at the previous place because I did runway change real quickly because winds change, which meant I got high on the descent profile, and so I thought, you know what, may as well take up a hold. May as well take up a hold. We're basically on final at this point. Just take up a hold and yeah, that's not the way I'd like to do things. Lights on now. Now this is an RNAP arrival. 2,800 by the time we are final. You know, I had to do. Part of the VAT UK P1 involves intentionally stalling and being able to recover from stalls, which I'm very happy that they actually include that stuff on. The VAT UK team have really done their course correctly, in my opinion, unlike some US idiots. The US, by the way, are idiots. When it comes to everything aviation, the proper way to do it is the way that the whole world does it. NH1012. Hold my judgment, okay? I'm listening. I'm going to have this conversation again about how they just give too much leniency to the pilots. Yeah, take stuff off my plate, please. Then again, Europe doesn't have the same issue that the US has in terms of ATC, anyway. Wait, what? This thing's broken. You saw how the thing was ripped. Yeah, new tech. That's the first time I've had an issue with this thing. I think it's just a crazy rabble position. Hotel, Delta Charlie traffic, adjust big 35 Papa, turning out direct to Charlie, or down to Charlie. Yeah, that's the issue. They're yeah, that is the issue with the US ATC. Rather everywhere else they don't have the same staffing issues. So, and I do legitimately understand it. I do understand it. Why they might want to put more stuff on the pilot. I mean, it's one extra thing for the controllers to work on. At the same time, though, hire more controllers. This idea that you have to have 100% perfect health is stupid. I mean, well, okay, well, of course Duffy ain't got a clue what he's doing. He's Magna. We're just gonna take up the vector. Debrican traffic, just big 35 Papa, turning out, heading to 40 degrees downwind now. RNAV approach remains 04 right. Yeah, of course Duffy does. Ain't got a clue what he's doing. So, but we can agree on that. But this idea that you have to have perfect health to go and be an air traffic controller. It's just stupid in my opinion. I mean, if you can qualify for a class 3 medical, that's all that's needed. And that's the way that the rest of the world does it. There are plenty of people who would like to be air traffic controllers, who physically are unable for the task, physically, just because some law out there says, okay, they have this one condition, they have asthma, so that they can't control aircraft safely. Doesn't make any sense, in my opinion. I mean, the rest of the world does it under the class 1, or sorry, under the class 3, not the class 1. At least that's what the UK does. Pilots, I can understand why you'd maybe want someone who doesn't have any conditions to fly a plane. That one I can understand. But when you're sitting up in a control tower with potentially 5 other people, at least, in a well-staffed tower, there's no reason. I mean, you begin to struggle, one of them pitch in. Okay. I'll show you, and then, yeah, I'll show you a mess. Just to say it. I'll show you it's an absolute fucking mess. So. Alright. So now altitude 2,800 feet. Actually, you know, can I see the airport already? Look, yeah, I see the field. Field's right there. It's a tiny little field. Tiny little airport. So I'll break the medium this week because Dipperton traffic, just big 35 Papa, reducing now speed 180 knots. Traffic. Okay, I agree with that statement. But at the same time, when you're working up in a tower with maybe, in a well-staffed tower with maybe 7, 8 other people, okay? Then, yeah, if something were to happen, there might be a bit of a mess. But it's also a mess other people can clean up, so... But in the US, though, I do understand it. True. Bring up a fair point. Get flaps 1 now. Get the ground speed armed. We're not going to use the speed brake anymore. You're not wrong about that, actually. So I just have this opinion on it. That maybe if the health requirements weren't so strict, then we probably would be in a better position. And I come, now granted, I have a bit of a biased opinion towards that because I come from I myself have a lot of health conditions which prevent me from working in this aviation field, which is built so strictly on safety. But anyway. As long as you don't have anything too significant, that can. Yeah, that's what I tend to agree.
2,500.
I mean, obviously, there's still going to be conditions out there that. There's still going to be certain conditions out there that should prevent people from doing this stuff. Oh, shit, to make that 2,500 feet. No. But there's a lot that can be waived. There's a lot that can be waived. I'm gonna ever enter. Oh, wait, no. The wind variable 2 knots. Rubicon traffic, Chesapeake 3, 5 Papa Tree, final now. RNAV approach runway 04 right. Traffic. Go flaps 2 now. Bats in UK is out middle ground. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what everyone else is like. So VFR with the UK just makes sense though. Granted, I'm also a Brit, so. I got in quite fast for the pilot program. Now for the ATC program, that's that one is. Yeah, you and I just have to disagree on that one. VFR in the UK makes more sense to me, but I've also been trained that way, so. This need to request startup. Perfect. That's exactly what I need. Request startup like any normal airliner. Debricon traffic, Chesapeake 3, 5 Papa, 10 mile final now. RNAV approach runway 04 right. Traffic. Speed 160 knots, maintain until 5 p.m. I got the field in sight. It's a 10,000. It's an 8,000 foot runway, right? Yeah, it's an 8,000. I haven't begun my training yet, so. But yeah, I mean, I'll be moving to the UK anyway in a few months. Doesn't make sense for me not to control in the UK. Get there, get the gear down. Yeah, I know. I know. Actually, I think they're banning people. I think they're. I wouldn't be surprised to see this transfer policy change, or yeah. Get flaps full now. And of course, this RNAV sucks. I'm about to do some of that American descending that you were talking about. Actually, no. I mean, we're a bit high. This RNAV's off. 3 greens, by the way. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that transfer policy change though, just because. I mean, listen to Spoonie. It's like Spoonie. And Spoonie's getting mad now. I mean, apparently they've been banning people for wanting to transfer. Yeah. I mean, makes sense, but good. Get the UK the UK should just deny them because it doesn't.
it's not right for the people who've been waiting in line for 5 years than for someone to have gone to like South Africa or someplace, and it's not right. So the UK should just deny all transfers going forward, to be honest.
1,000.
Alright, time to focus up. Alright, landing checklist complete. You're a bit off. So far, it's stable approach. Ignoring the hour and a half at this point. Yeah, well, there are some transfers that are reasonable, but I mean, like maybe a really experienced U.S. controller wanting to move over to the UK.
500.
Noted. But the vast majority of them are not.
100 above.
Continue. There needs to be a better policy on it. Granted, I don't know what the policy is on it currently, but I feel like there needs to be like a time window.
Minimum.
Continue. Where you have to have served these guys for like maybe a year or something before you can transfer.
100. 50, 40, 30. Retard.
Now that's about as good as that's gonna get. 163 feet per minute, 1.21 Gs. Maybe. Depends. Are you actually moving there in real life? Do you actually? I mean, moving there in real life should be approved. But how long have you been in ATC? Because if you've been in ATC for 2 years, then you're still at S1. Okay. How long did you wait in line to become an ATC? Because if you've this is going to be interesting. This is about to be interesting. You know what? I have a secret weapon. I have a secret weapon I can use here. These narrow taxiways, which I can't see the wheels with. Biggin traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa, now clear the runway. We are going to hold short up the old runway whilst we go ahead and get a tow to tow us to the stand as these taxiways are a bit narrow. Double-con traffic. I have a secret weapon here, which will work out well. You know, I can do though. I'm gonna close NewSky. NewSky gave me a 10 on that one. And we're going to use a GSX here. It's gonna work. 90 days since last rating change. Okay. How long have you been a controller period though? I mean, if you've been a controller for 2 years and you're still at S1, okay, maybe that's reasonable. Maybe that's fair to the people who are still in line. Damn it, GSX. But if you just became a controller, no, I deny it. If you just became a controller like a week ago, no, I'm sorry. It's not fair to the people who have been waiting in line for 8 months. For 8 months, 8, 12, 20 months. It's not fair to them. Screw it. Screw it. GSX is not wanting it to work. Now this is not exactly a commercial airfield. That said, that these taxiways are quite a bit narrow. So we'll do this. I'm gonna be parking over there. Bird's eye view cam. Handle about these narrow taxiways perfectly. So here's another idea. What if you were to do it so you still have to do in the wait list, and then just do run the updated training material. But you still have to wait. You still have to be in the wait list. Then you ever get snow? Were you really in it? Or to make this like maybe half as long, but still. And then in the meantime, you can control for your old division. But then after that, and then you can't switch back. I'm trying to be fair to everyone because you have to be fair to the divisions that train you, but you also have to be fair to I got that. GSX, thank you very much. You have to be fair to the divisions that trained you, but you also have to be fair to everyone who's in the wait list in front of you. I'll need to boil it out into time because, and you know what I'm gonna do? There should be hangers all along here. Fuck that. Yeah, no, we're gonna take this hanger right here. This is almost as if we're parking a plane in the desert. Let me go in for this spot right here. Alright. I am listening. I am paying attention to chat. This feels very much like something that those guys at Pneumatic would do. Park an aircraft on the grass, like these little strips here. Oh, are you in Discord? No, you're fine. Okay, there we go. Oh, is that why my phone is going off? All right, parking brake set. All right, let's go ahead and let me go ahead and hop into Discord. Alright, indulge me. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Oh, you can't.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Input device. Alright, can you hear me now?
I can.
Alright. Sorry, Windows decided to reset, or Chrome decided to reset the audio devices.
I'm gonna show you something.
Alright,
Do you see my screen?
I do.
This is that USA website, yeah?
Yep.
I'm gonna show you what I can see. So this is a staff-only view.
Alright.
Off for a second. First off, I can see transfer eligibility checks. This is for within our subdivisions, but it's basically the same rules to move.
Alright.
80 days since last transfer. 90 days since promotion to S1, S2, S3, or C1.
Mm-hmm.
50 controlling hours since promotion to S1, S2, S3, or C1.
Alright.
Let's see, I can also see. No, would you look at that? That guy got banned, that's why it says that. But I can see the dates of the promotion. So 12/28/25, 8/17/25.
Mm-hmm.
Any of the transfers that I did. So yeah, I was in Indianapolis for like a week.
Hmm.
What's your CID, Ryan?
I'll have to look it up.
Just do by last name. Alright, here we go. Oh, would you look at that? I can't see where you went because that USA doesn't get that information, but I can see you left the division on September 24th.
Yeah, that seems about right. And I didn't control, nor did I fly for them at all.
Well, I can see rating history.
Which is nothing. Which is nothing. Precisely nothing. What? Here it is. But by the way,
Technically, I think you can transfer. You could technically transfer if you want.
Mm.
But you've yet to receive a controlling hour or a rating.
Yeah. Well, I'm on my progress for my P1, so I don't see a point in transferring. No
I
point.
wish I could show you I wish I could show you something that was a little more precise into what we see in HCS, but you know, rules.
Yeah. And so when it comes to transfers, so can each division have their own rules when it comes to transfers?
Well, it's between subdivisions, the rules are at the discretion of kind of the division.
All right, but so like I wanted, so let's say I wanted to somehow be an American again and go back to VAT USA. Are there can VAT USA say, okay, you can transfer to this division under these under these rules, and then can like VAT UK say, okay, you can transfer to our division under stricter rules?
I'm trying to see if there's a. I feel like there is a little caveat that says. I think somewhere in here it says that when you're an observer, you can just kind of transfer when you want to.
By the way, Discord compression's done a pretty awful job at making this text readable. Get out the sim so you can begin to work on liveries again. Give me that's that strong one, isn't it? Nope, wrong one. Gotta be one of these. Aw.
So you want to transfer back to VAT USA. Let's just say hypothetically.
Yes.
You could do that right this second. You wouldn't experience an issue probably.
Interesting.
Because Section 2.2 of the Transfer and Visiting Controller policy states account holders that do not hold an ATC rating may transfer without the restrictions specified in this document. An initial allocation selected by an account holder at registration is not a transfer.
Wait. Say that again.
Account holders that do not hold an ATC rating may transfer without the restrictions specified in this document.
Oh,
An
nice.
initial allocation selected by an account holder at registration is not a transfer.
Nice. Good to know.
You might get a little bit of a side eye, but probably no issue.
Yeah. Yeah, especially since I've wasted this long with VAT UK, so but
Mm.
nice. Good to know.
Although to transfer to USA would be a bit of a process.
Yeah. Yeah, the transfer to UK was not hard.
Well, do you know what you have to do to see? Let's see what you would have to do to transfer to a local subdivision VAT USA. You're not an active member in the VAT USA division, so you'd have to start with that.
Okay.
And you need to complete the basic ATC/S1 course or RCE exam. Meaning, I'll show you. VAT USA Academy. You need to do ATC basics, clearance delivery, and ground control if you were to come back here.
So I'd actually have to not quite do an ATC rating.
Well, you'd have to do this is VAT USA's Academy. It's part of your training to be an ATC controller.
Okay.
Doesn't VAT UK have Moodle?
Middle, yeah.
This is Moodle. It's fancy customized version of Moodle, but this is Moodle.
Nice.
But basically, you
yeah.
have to complete this test, which I kind of did poorly on, but I passed. You also have to do all the courses leading to the test.
Damn. So you're saying is so you're saying is that just don't go to USA.
No, because this teaches you a lot of the things
True.
that you won't have to cover with an instructor in person.
True. Not wrong.
Academy is one of the best. VAT USA has one of the best controllers, and a lot of it's because of Academy. And that's how VAT USA keeps wait times relatively low. Because it usually
Yeah.
doesn't actually take too many sessions to get certified until you get to the higher ratings.
Yeah. Well, VAT UK. Well, I haven't gone through all the training material, and they just redid all the training material. So the little bit that I did do, I have to redo. But VAT UK is they have pretty significant wait times, but surely subdivisions help out with the wait times. Am I wrong about the subdivisions helping out with the wait times?
Well, I mean, VAT from Germany has a super long wait time. That's a subdivision. Scandinavia has a pretty long wait time. That's a subdivision.
Okay.
Italy has a long wait. Spain has a long wait. Half the subdivisions in Asia aren't even taking controllers.
Interesting.
My point being, there's too many of you Brits, and VAT UK is not very good at managing their training queue anyhow, so.
Yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of us.
There's too many of you in too little space.
Yeah. Despite us not being able to get every airport controlled all the time. Despite still having pretty poor controlling, in my opinion.
To be honest, you guys are you're kind of one to judge, considering you don't have an ATC rating.
Fair. And I will give them credit that there are a lot of idiots here. We have to deal with all the idiots. Aside from maybe Kennedy.
You should see the people who come to our facility thinking they'll get trained in about 10 minutes, and then as soon as they get a rating, they leave. Those people suck.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Except you haven't met any of them firsthand. I have, and it sucks.
Ouch. Let's see, where am I at with my controller roster?
Alright, I seriously should go to bed. It's like 1 a.m.
2.
And unlike some people, I don't live on like a night owl kind of schedule.
Oh, that's fair. I logged into core system. There we go. Alright, let's see it. Alright. Where am I at? In terms of my rating? Or in terms of my wait list? $310. Alright. Where is it? Where is it? I need I need to... Alright, so we're gonna do some delivery work for the rest of the night because... Something we need to. I need to work on these deliveries. Where is it? The affinity. It's this AF. Wait, what? Oh, you gotta be shitting me. You're gonna tell me I have to... It takes 5 seconds though, so whatever. Whatever. And I have to redo it anyway. I'm gonna try out this blue for this next one. Control C. Control V. Alright. I'm gonna export that to be engine. And then let's take a look at the tail as well. So I have a new idea for the tail, which we were working on a few weeks back. Here, where is it? The tail AF. So we had we had an interesting idea for the tail. So how about for the tail? Where's that? I need. Alright, so for the tail, we had an interesting idea. Community. No. Channel branding. Essentially, the idea was take this Maryland flag, overlay it. Yeah, let me try to get this right there, and then it's to copy. Why does that look as if it'll match in perfectly? Okay, do it based on it being there. No. Do that one based on there. Then do this one based on there. Okay. And then for one of these, what I just need to do is I need to make this. Thing is that there's this line here that I gotta. Let's see here. What I need to do. Now, it might be just easier for me to do a rectangle here. Where's the wireframe actually? Because the wireframe will help me out here. Boom. Boom. Aside from this. That is problem solved. Oh, look at that. Problem solved. Now, that's the right. So I need to group. Merge selected. No. This guy here needs to become tiny. Annoying. Then this big one is becoming a problem one. All right, there we go. There we go. All right. Wait, what? Did I make this up? Okay. This needs to go in there. Where's this one? Oh, I see another issue. That tail up here needs another box. Oh, shit. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Okay. Okay, now this needs to do is this all needs to get moved. I'm missing one. Right there. I'm missing any more. Right there. Am I missing any more? I'm just gonna chuck that one right on that wireframe edge. Okay, right on the edge there. Okay. Then this one here can get moved. And where is that other one? Two. Getting a little bit bigger. This is all for a chance to see if this is gonna work, by the way. Okay. And then this guy here. Uh-oh, seems like I got a bit of a gap here. It's mostly blue, it's this one. There we go. Alright. Um. Mm, I need just the flags. Morning, Max. We are working on the tail of the 777 livery. I don't know how that's gonna look. So I'm still struggling with the tail. I'm still struggling with the tail. Part of me is tempted to, well, let's see. Doing that guy now. This gear should be on top of that. Part of me is tempted to just put a massive A and B on it and call it a day. A fancy one, of course. But I've still been struggling here. Transform, flip horizontal. Oh, I know what I need to do. This one here. Need to get it just barely on that white. There we go. Alright, we're gonna have to see how this looks. And let me just do a massive cutout. Oh no, it'll be fine. Alright, let's. You've gotta be shitting me. It's one bit up here. Whatever. Just go ahead and put a box around it. Wait, that's a. Damn it. That means I get to move all this again by only a few little bits. Talk about annoying. There we go. There we go. And I think I already did the other one that way as well. So, all right, let's see. Gonna export this. All right, we're gonna run this. We're gonna see how this looks. If this works, then we're gonna just call it. Well, then there'll be just a few adjustments I have to make, a few final bits and bobs that I have to add. But if this looks good, then that's a massive win, because that means that the 777-200 livery is basically done. Oh shit, did I export it with the wireframe? Did I do it with the... I can guarantee that I did it with the wireframe. Shit, I did. Damn it. Damn it. I mucked that up. I mucked that up. Delete that. I completely mucked that up. By the way, this is the very, very annoying task of creating liveries. What you have to do is you have to... So first, not every paint kit is built the same. The Phoenix has a very nice one. The Any Builds has a very nice one. PMTG kind of neglected theirs. A few others kind of neglected theirs. I have not even begun to look into the fly-by-wire A381. Though David says it was horrible. So I'll have to see if that's any better. Most of them are going to be PSD based. Some of them have Blender options available. Any Builds gives you both. Phoenix, they give you both. By the way, once you... So... But anyway. So, you make your textures. Then you have to go ahead and convert your textures to your... to KTX2 files. And the way you have to do that is through a third-party application that uses the Sims SDK to do that. It works well, but at the same time, a bit annoying at times. Place. And then on top of that, what you have to do is you have to, once you've actually put the textures in your folder, then what you have to do is you have to run a layout generator and that will essentially update the textures. And then it takes you 5 minutes to reboot the sim. Like we are going to do now. Then we are going to see if this works or not. And if this works, if this looks decent, then it's just a matter of assigning the 777 a custom registration. Then a matter of assigning it to, got to assign it a custom registration. Got to add a few bits, and then it's done. Then it'll be done. Then it'll be done. By the way, anyway, it takes time to do this stuff. Unfortunately. So I had an interesting thought. It's going to require all the computing power in the world. And there goes my computer. Alright, so I had a very interesting thought. So you have all these really good games that do one thing really, really well, right? We have Microsoft Flight Sim, which does Flight Sim very, very well, with really, really good textures. We have Forza Horizon, which does cars really, really well. We have Farming Simulator, which does farms really, really well. Okay, we have all these simulation games. At what point in time does someone just decide, okay, let's put it all into one massive game and call it Real Life Simulator 1 or whatever? At what point in time does someone do that? Because someone's bound to do it. Someone's bound to do it at some point. Am I wrong? It would take like 3 terabytes, and then it would take
basically every ounce of computing power in the world. But someone would do it. I mean, I see it being possible. Easy on the other hand. Maybe not. Max, you got the AOC monitor, right? The same one that I got, the 180 hertz one, 1440p. I have a setting for you to change on it. And it's made the colors so much better. Okay. Oh, you got the MSI version. Okay. Look to see if in there, go into the settings of it and look to see if there is like a gaming preset. Because I enabled a gaming preset and it made those colors so much better, so much brighter. Or sorry, not a gaming preset, a FPS preset. It made my colors pop out so much nicer. Let's see here. Mr. Rusty. Livery. Give it a second. Let's see if we can give it a bit of a sneak peek in here. Let's go to Gatwick. Or, I don't care where we go. Fuck it, we'll go to Manny. We'll go off to Manny. Spawn in on the runway. I'm not connecting to VATSIM. No. Not connecting to VATSIM. I wish there was an easier and quicker way to do this. With HDR, just turn. That's awful. Alright, go and wait for the airtime. Okay, that's something. Thoughts? That's something, actually. That's better than nothing. This weather might also not be the best conditions for it. That tail, I actually kind of like it, to be honest. For those wondering, it's the Maryland flag. So Baltimore is located in the state of Maryland. This is just a Maryland flag that I've overlaid on it. And that I've also turned into a blue scale instead of a using the same color scheme that kind of goes on. And what does this worldwide passenger travel look like? Not, well, no, I think it's just the weather that's making it look shit. Fuck it. Change it right now.
Yeah, that looks better under these conditions. I think I might want to put an underline under this. If we're going to have it in that location. But I think the tail works. I think the tail's better than it might be about as good as it gets. And switching over for the engine, switching to this color here, I think that works out a lot better. Alright, let's see here on the bits that mattered. That mattered. Hard time with. Fixed. Entirely. Fixed entirely on those bits. Perfect on that bit. Down here, about as good as I can get it. I mean, there's a slight bug there, but may have to release a few versions of this livery. But I mean, yeah, I can't tell where. Okay, I can, but you have to really zoom in on it. You'd have to really zoom in on it. That APU looks kind of off, though. Not thrilled with that APU. I'll have to go back to the darker gray and extend it a bit more. I'll have to go back to that darker gray. I don't think that maybe if I feel like that could work. Here, what if I were to come over here into Affinity for the thing? I'm gonna call the tail good enough right now. I don't know if I'm gonna get it any better. I just can't be arsed to think about it right now. I feel like that. Air Baltimore. Baltimore. Worldwide passenger trip. I feel as if. Should probably squint that down a bit. And then I also feel as if maybe Air Baltimore could just straight up be a bit bigger. Yeah, I feel as if that might be a bit better. Right there. Air Baltimore. I feel like it needs a shape. I think that's the issue. Well, as if it needs a bit of a shape. Yeah, maybe it just needs a bit of a shape. Alright, well, we'll export this, see how it looks compared to the way it did look. I think it's just the, yeah, let's see. Ooh, I just had, I just had a better idea. Oh. But no, let's export this, see how it looks first. And considering I'm gonna have to redo it. Yeah, let me, now's a good time to actually pull back up the wireframe. Cannot believe I missed this. And I did that like 3 days ago. Or like a week ago. I think it has to deal with the APU. That little bit there that. How do I know? Good to note that these are not working fully. It's fine though. It's fine that those aren't working fully. And VRAM's probably through the roof right now. Actually, actual memory is probably through the roof right now. Alright. And then in terms of these, get back to the darker color. Alright. Thoughts on the tail? It's a flag. Kind of. It's a flag that I've worked with. The other option is do a custom A, B. And I don't like that option because it's not going to turn out very good. Alright. You know what, we could try. Or, you know, I can go ahead and try to fix real quickly. Okay, there's just a few minor bugs here. First is if you zoom in far enough there, bit of a have a slight issue. It's very minor issue, and I think I see why. Go ahead and fix that over there. And then there's a minor, very minor adjustment. Right there, and that one I'm not gonna be able to get out. That one I don't have a chance in hell of getting out, unfortunately. Other adjustments I need to make. There are very minor bugs. Not certain that there are any actually. Yeah, there's one somewhere. Yeah, no, that one all hope is lost in that one. Alright. Let's go ahead and back out the sim real quickly now. Just so I can deal with these, just so I can deal with fucking livery. So I made a few minor adjustments. I think that tail works though. I think that, but I think that tail works. Can't wait to have a 321 Neo. Or a 321 that actually worked, that I have in livery on. Okay, export. Selected area. Export. Export. And then actually, you know what I'm gonna do? You know, I'm gonna do it at the same time. I'm gonna go ahead and fix something else. Morning, Grumpy. Grumpy, I could use opinions. Back with the free work, by the way. Yep, that's not. Oh, I just need to find out which one is. It's the IFE. I think I could probably export that. That one shouldn't be hard at all. I'll work on it in a moment. Very, very complicated stuff. Or, okay, it's not complicated, it's just annoying. It's annoying to do. No, I didn't. I was just too lazy to go in and get a thumbnail. No, I flew the Phoenix. I got 2 really nice landings. So. I was just too lazy. Too lazy to change it, even though it takes me 5 seconds. Well, I just didn't have a good non-AirNott one to use, thumbnail to use. So, it did. Had a bit of a shitty arrival into a tiny airfield out in the middle of nowhere. Okay, it's not tiny, but it's not that small, but the arrival kind of got messed up, but I'm willing to put on user error. But no, the issues were just that I had 2 runway changes, and so I had to hold for a bit as I plummeted down the sky. All right, liveries or community. Okay, why am I not just bookmarked this at this point? There we go. Texture. Ooh. Yeah. If you fly out of there, I might join you. Is he on right now? Controlling. Tools. Yeah, I don't know if I've been up in that direction yet. First time landing. Yeah, there's a few places I wish I would land at, or I would go to more often. I don't know if anyone saw, but Baltimore Heathrow route's going to bi-weekly now, just because I just don't have the time to do 2 9-hour flights in a week anymore. It's getting really difficult. I have a lot of other things to be doing. I have tours I want to finish up before I move. I have job applications to put in. Just don't have the time anymore to do weekly Baltimore Heathrow, the round trip. So we're dropping it down to once every 2 weeks. Probably do 1 Heathrow to Baltimore in a week and 1 Baltimore Heathrow, and we'll just alternate. This week needs to be a Heathrow to Baltimore. It's actually the Heathrow to Baltimore's that I struggle with finding the time for. It's the Heathrow to Baltimore's that I have a time finding the time for, because they are 9-hour flights at some days. So. But Baltimore to Heathrow is easy. I can depart at 10:30 at night local, and then get to bed at my usual time.
It's the Heathrow to Baltimore's that I struggle with because I can, if I were to, on any normal day, I can depart. If I were to depart at, call it 10:30 at night, probably, which is usually the soonest I can depart. It'll be until at least 6:30 before I arrive, which limits my days that I can actually do those Heathrow to Baltimore's to Wednesdays and to Tuesday nights and Saturday nights, and half the time on Tuesday I'm trying to do VFR stuff with Mentor. So and then when I get to the UK, they probably just will end altogether. I just don't see a way that. I mean, right now I'm not seeing a way. Oh, nice. Dutch airspace. That's the. Another Dutcher. Oh, so you're a ways out, man. You're a little ways out, man. Let's see. Alright, we'll go to Linus's airport. Is Echo Yankee. If the sim will behave for these. So Echo Yankee, Victor India. There it is. Yankee. Just spawn in on the runway. Be off. Doing testing, you're not going to actually connect up to Batson. Okay, this is a bug with Microsoft. Okay, watch. Oh, you've got to be shooting. I left the wireframe on. Oopsies. Okay, it gives you the correct runway, but it shows you in a different place. Alright. Just getting this moment to, I think that might work. And it's kind of hard to tell with the wireframe. Let me just check on my little bug here. Little bug here is fine. I'll have to take a look into this. Alright. You can ignore me accidentally leaving the wireframe on the fuselage. Alright. The tail, I finally figured out the tail, I think. That is the state of Maryland. So where Baltimore is located, that is the flag, with a colored in blue, and the same blues that using throughout the rest of the aircraft. And I'm thinking, then I think this here looks better than it did. That said, though, few small issues. The biggest of which being the wireframe. I think that is okay. Remove the wireframe.
And then, what do you think about the front of it? I think the front worldwide passenger travel. I think that's a lot better than it was. Here's this side for comparison. I feel like that's a little bit better. I feel like having Air Baltimore slanted. I feel like that's better. And it's also a bit bigger now. The engines are looking better. Did I leave the wireframe on the engines as well? I think I'll have to fix that. Whoopsies. Too big. Drop. Drop the font size a bit, which will increase the spacing. Yeah. Yeah. I can agree with that. Yeah. Actually, I'll just drop it down to the next line here. I'm doing this all manual. Alright, if we were to look at the paint kit. Yeah, why is this not wanting first issue of notice with affinity? Just drop this down to there. Alright. Now try to envision that on the aircraft. So I feel like that would probably work. Dropping a tad more. Drop down to about there. Alright. Go ahead and just go ahead and copy this over then. Why am I doing that? Different color for that text. Maybe. Here, let me. The color's a lot easier to adjust than. Let me do this first. All right. The A starts where? Or no? Oh wait. Damn it. The B starts. 3 lines in between. I just realized thing. Okay, I'll have to do that. Damn. Okay, the L. 1, 2, 3, 4 up. Then this was dropped down to that line. We could certainly try that. Just drop down to that line, right? There's no one above. Alright, let's see what that looks like. Yeah, maybe. 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 Is there a different color that maybe we can try? Or a different method? Just so I can export this. And then maybe get two different pinions. One from the left, one from the right. Okay, what if we were to keep that? Like that, and then maybe... The thing is that I don't mean there is a difference there, but it's not that big of a difference. What if we were to maybe try something with a bit more contrast? Or, you know what I mean? I don't know if contrast is the right word. If I were to try... Oh. Here, we can try... You know, we'll just leave it like that, and then we'll compare the two. The issue is that I just don't see there being enough visually different to justify how weird it's gonna look. So, but you can certainly try a different color though. You can remove the wireframe and actually doesn't look half bad. Go export PNG. I'll also remove the wire. Well, I mean, the wireframe's getting removed. I'll also go back into the engines and remove the wireframe on the engines because I mucked up there. My fault. Where is it? There we go. Trust PSDs. 7. Engine. That one I need. And then it'll open up instantly. Or should open up. I already have it open. I'm an idiot. Get that. Well, that's the engine fixed. All good. All good. Alright, opinions on that before I go and spend 5 minutes converting it or putting in the sim. I think it works. Though maybe a slightly different well, Don't know, actually. Yeah, we'll see how it is. Well, I mean, I've already exported it, so... We'll see how it is, because I have the old color up here, so... You know, hopefully I'm not the only one who has to use this, and... Once again, if I think of a better idea, or if I think of a change I want to make later on down the line, that's gonna be like 15 different liveries I have to make. I have to remake, so... Or I have 15 different liveries I have to adjust. Alright. Anyway, the tail's... No, the tail's done. I'm gonna say the tail's done. The engine's done. Just the final edits to the fuselage. Oh, the tail's almost done. This registration needs to get changed to think about what we're gonna have the registration in a few moments. Because November 7 to whatever. Not gonna cut it, in my opinion. Alright. It's pain the absolute butthead process. Tools. Image. Okay. It's actually not that hard of a process. Really just relaunching the sim, which is the most annoying part, actually. Because that takes time. Rather, the stuff here takes 30 seconds. And it's even more annoying for me because the sim has pretty poor memory management on startup. At least that's what I've seen anyway. So it kind of makes everything else, all the other applications, slightly unusable. At least while you're launching it. Then everything else gets better. Alright. Wrong file. Grumby, have you given the A340-300 another go? The any builds one. I know you said you were looking into it. Where is it? There it is. Replace. Then to run the layout generator again. Yeah, let me know what you think, because I'm curious, but I found it to be quite nice. The only thing that I feel like any builds really needs to improve on there is that MCDU. It doesn't quite look right, especially with the EIS. Well, I haven't tried the EIS2 systems, but the older ones, the EIS1, it functions like the older ones, with it being a little slower. Just they haven't changed the looks to reflect it being a bit slower. Then I also feel like the texturing on the MCDU is could use a bit more work. But to be honest, they probably just copy and pasted it from their other aircraft, and then added a little bit of code.
Which there's no harm in doing that. I mean, all the buses, for the most part, the MCD is the same. Functions pretty much the same way, but just a few things there, the MCD, that I feel like they could improve on. But outside that, I mean, the screens, especially the EIS windscreens, the CRTs, those are nice. They did those right, as I've said plenty of times. It hand flew fine. I mean, the lag that David talks about is the aircraft being heavy and being slow. It's not a delayed input though. Yeah, it certainly passed my test. Maybe I'll fly that out of Linus's airport. Yeah, yeah, you're very much an EIS 2 guy. And then you also have your pop outs, your mini screens. That you wouldn't even get the benefit of those CRTs. At least you wouldn't get that much of a benefit there. I mean, you might be able to physically see them, but you would never have to pay attention to those. Yeah, fair. That does, it does help to change stuff up every once in a while. All right, let's see how this is now. Let's go Munich this time. I don't think I've ever been to Munich. I think I've been to the train station at the airport. Ask me how I ended up at the train station at Munich. Actually, at Munchen. Got stuck there for 2 hours. Then I got stuck at a different airport for 2 hours. Or at a different train station for 2 hours. Alright, come on. This takes a minute. What? Oh shit, I know what happened. That's why I always double check the export settings. It did export selection, not export area. Which means I have to restart that whole process from start to finish. That's nice. Okay, this is what I messed up. Selection only. Selection area. And I should have caught it right there as well. Selection area. Okay.
Alright, now I can run this again. Five. This does take a minute. Yeah, I might need to. Well, actually, this thing has an ability to. This program here has an ability to just put it directly into the folder. So I might want to try that out one of these days. Yeah. I've flown on one A380, and that was from Heathrow to Dulles last year, and I can't say it was the best experience I had ever had. It was nice to fly on, but I mean the BA's old economy seats over the new ones that we had on the triple. Just yuck. Was not the biggest fan of it. All right, this needs where did he go? I know where I need to go. Community, G. Baltimore sim objects, airplanes. There you go. I feel like this thing is very, very close to being done. I feel like this livery is potentially only 2 or 3 exports away from being done. Then I can begin to work on the 321 CO, which is the next one. I have a list of the order that we're going to go with when it comes to making liveries once this base one is done. And once this base one is done, it'll be smooth sailing. Where did I put it? I don't know where to put it. Here. Nope. Alright, so the order that we're going to go with in terms of making liveries, starting off the 772, because that's the most generic. That's the most boring looking plane ever. Oh dear. Ouch. Ouch. Sorry about that, mate. Yeah, I will acknowledge BA is not the best. Yeah, I happen to have a pretty... I've had a pretty decent experience. Oh, with the BA. But I'm not saying others haven't. My grandparents have not had the best experience recently. Yeah, the old economy cabin needs to be ripped out entirely. The new one's much better. I think all of the 7.2s are. I know. I know, right? I think that so BAA is trying to retire their 7.7.2s. It's just that Boeing and Airbus aren't meeting production demands. At least not yet, anyway. Boeing, I don't want Boeing to meet their production demands. I want them to focus on quality, not meeting high standard, or not meeting production demands. But anyway, they're trying to retire their 7.7.2s. It takes time. It's sad for me because I love the 777, but I understand it. I understand why it's time to get rid of them. You know where we go? Just picked up some nice new scenery for this airport as well. But if you get lucky and if you're on a 777 with one of those newer cabins, then that alone is a decent experience. Those regular economy seats on the newer cabin are pretty good. Pretty good for a 7-hour flight anyway. Alright. That doesn't look half bad. Thoughts? Well, actually, I don't know if I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of that blue, with that blue being on that text. Understandable. Okay, things off this livery. I'm not. Thoughts. I think I'd rather have the black text. I don't know if that blue really works there. That said, that the worldwide passenger travel, that certainly is better. Only thing is the door thing, but not a thing. You can't do anything about that. No bugs. Good. Turn off. That's an interest. I feel like that color needs to go to black, or at the very least back to that gray. Yeah, the spacing's a lot better. Spacing's a lot better. I think the text is the right size and everything. I think it's just the wrong color. more look over here. Yeah, it's, oh, it is actually the same blue as this blue back here. So yeah, I feel like the black works a little bit better on that front. There, and it's gonna kill me. But I'm gonna move this L back here because it doesn't look fully right. Well, yeah. Yeah, I'll move that L. Or I'll move this one up here. Back a bit. I think part of my issue might be the fact that, oh, you know, let me try this. Come on, Infinity. Work. Because this monitor here does a much better job with colors. Yeah, it does massive. It does so much better with colors. All right. What if I just make them both black? Like black. That might work. Instead of this gray. And then, you know, that can stay there. And at the same time, in case this does turn out to be the final export. Let's think of a registration. November 7 to... Or November 7/7 to... November 7 to... GRT. For great. I'll leave it for right now. Let me just make sure there's no more bugs with the pack. Now's the time to fix it. That's good. The US has this weird rule, so I know that this flag over here is backwards. The US has this really weird rule on it for this kind of stuff, where essentially this flag has to, the stars have to be facing towards the front. Don't ask me why that's a rule. Don't ask me where that rule is. That is something that Seb told me. And then I looked it up, and it is true. Yeah, I think if I were to make it black, I feel like with the text being black, I think do that, and then I think it'll be good. And then there's this, which I have no clue how to fix. And outside that, there's just a bit right there, which that is a that's a tail issue. Don't think that's an issue with the that's a tail issue. I'll fix that in a moment. Engines done and dusted. Then on the top of this, I'll put GRT. Actually, let me just fix that registration now, because it'll take me 5 seconds. Alright. Can export this now. I feel like this will probably be the final version. Selection area, good. It's actually accurate now. Yeah, that's the front. Export this one. Alright. And then I just gotta go back and take a quick look at the tail. And I think I know the issue with the tail as well. Rob, you'll be happy to know that the Phoenix actually has a really good paint kit. Much better than the triple. Much better than the 777 paint kit. Any build still has the best, but Phoenix is not bad either. Alright, yeah, the issue lies down here. So I'll just make this, just give it a nice gray overlay. Let's make it a gray. There we go. That should have probably fixed that. Alright, and then it's time for a little bit of text. Go for Mutango. Welcome aboard. Not even gonna try to pronounce that username. Welcome aboard. We are doing some livery work, so painting aircraft for the new Air Baltimore virtual airline. Alright. See you later, mate. Thanks for the help. As always. We are painting an aircraft. I am not a real life one. They can call me a sim pilot. You can certainly call me a sim pilot. And by all means do. I'm very much working towards a Fat Sim private pilot's license. Now this needs to be... Oh, that worked out perfectly. Oh, that's going to be a pain in the arse to align. Not anymore. Not anymore. That's not perfect. It needs to be over a little bit more. Just one more. All right. I'm gonna... I'm actually going to shrink this down ever so slightly just so it can be a little bit more neat. Alright, there we go. Go for me a tango. There we go. Now I can export this. Did I leave the wireframe on? I did. Oops. I did. Whoops. Can't do that. At least shouldn't do that. The wireframe is this here. And essentially what it does is it corresponds to, it helps give you a visual identifier for, actually I'll explain it a bit more in a moment. Alright, so on the aircraft, it's not perfectly smooth. Okay, it's not a perfectly smooth aircraft at all. You can kind of see it, kinda. Not very well, but you can begin to see how it's been split into polygons. Right. Kind of. Now, why do you have to do this? Because doing it geometry based takes up a lot of computing power that a lot of people just don't have. Okay. Takes up massive amounts of computing power. What it also does. Okay. What it also does is it's also not exactly necessary. So what we do is they split up the circular object into, and they assign a resolution to it. And then based on that, it'll create different polygons, okay? Not every polygon is equal, but anyway, that's a different topic for a different story. But essentially, it'll create these little lines where the mesh bends itself. And at the end of it, you can get a nice spherical shape. At least something that looks spherical, even though it might have 25, 30 sides. As opposed to one, right? Or, sorry, as opposed to infinite. Let me just verify these real quickly. From your Tango. Alright, let's not do that. Let's run the BAT file. Let's run the mat. Let's run it. Excuse me. Anyway, that's what it does. It works well. Gives the appearance that it's perfect when in reality it actually isn't. But it gets it to a point where a human eye can't tell, but a computer can still calculate and give you decent performance on it. Okay, that there's a bit of a balance there. So, and maybe a human eye can kind of tell, but it's not to the same level. Not to the same level. Alright, lives tools. Or no. Time is it now? 3:45. Not bad. Here, Baltimore. I feel like we're in the final two exports. You know what I'm gonna do? The FE. I'm gonna quickly add that, and it'll take me an extra moment. But you know what? I need to do it. I will have to do it now or later. It's the IFE. Ooh. You know what? I might just leave that there. Why did it not fucking update? This might require some work. 777 or 772. This might require a bit of work. This will require a bit of work. No, I'm gonna maybe I'll ask someone in the community. Oh, no. Then I'll go ahead and take a different image in a moment or in a bit. But for right now, let me just get this working somewhat. Oh no, it's great. I'll deal with this in a moment. It ran, right? Let me run it again in case. Let me rerun it again. PMG, that's actually pretty cool you to do. Pretty damn impressive, PMG. Pretty damn impressive. Alright. I'm going to copy that over to this. And by the way, we have opted, in terms of Air Baltimore, we have opted for the Rolls-Royce engines only. We are only going after the Rolls-Royce. I just don't. I'm sorry to GE, but we have purchased the Rolls-Royce engines only. Though it comes to the 300, we have the we went to them. Alright. It's announced that the Baltimore Air Group has officially introduced we'll get this one done tonight and that'll get a bit. Because I do have stuff to do later today. Mm. Just waiting on the sim to load at this point. All have been fitted with. Mhm. Alright, let's see here. Could be a moment of truth. Let's go. Let's get back on the ground at Dusseldorf. Which I have some brand new scenery for. I have some nice new scenery for Dusseldorf. Bought the Aerosoft scenery, which actually does genuinely feel alive. Aerosoft Dusseldorf is really impressive, by the way. It is like not even close. It's impressive. You have to give it a moment. The sim gives up, or the sim kind of acts like shit for a few moments. Alright, come on now. Come on, sim. You can do it. Your Wazami stuff, your Wazami shit is booting up. Oh yeah, I think that was the right move. Golf Romeo Tango on the top. That works. Might want to slightly adjust that. Alright. Yeah, I might want to slightly adjust the size of that. I feel like that size could go down a bit. But you know what? I'm calling that good. I am going. That is good enough for me. November 7 to Golf Romeo Tango. Great. There we go. That works for me. That works for me. Alright, now, in terms of images here, because I need a few. In terms of images. No, there's a few other things I will need to add. There's a few things in here. such as on there. Okay. We're not quite done. We're not quite done. So I have a few more bits and bobs I have to do. Such as right there. Right there I need to put our information. So SoCal and I think that's it. SoCal and registration. So let me quickly find out where they put that. Actually, okay, what did David do with his? Because don't know if he put his anywhere. Right, affinity photo. Okay. My question is, where is the information that I need to put somewhere? Because I should have something right there. There should be something right there. Or should there actually? Because no, this is a used modeling pack. Ah. Um. Interesting. Here, let me back out. Or don't know. All right. Yeah. In that case, In that case, it's screenshot time. So. In that case, it is very much screenshot time. In terms of this, will this screenshot work? Nah. Okay, well, actually, in terms of the tail first. Sort of just the size of it, please. I have to export the tail anyway. Put it in a standard location. in terms of this. Let me. Yeah, just kind of have it sit on that line there. Add the G. Add the G, just kind of touch squares there. That works.